Test one, two, test one, two. We're going to have Championship Saturday here from the Pioneer Pavilion at North Arkansas College in Harrison, Arkansas. We will have the North Arkansas Lady Pioneers facing the National Park College Lady Nighthawks. And then we will also have the North Arkansas Pioneers. They will play Southern Arkansas University Tech, the Rockets. They will play at 1 p.m. and the ladies will play at 3 p.m. We will be back for more action, or for the action to start here in about 50 minutes. Teams are getting loose and warming up, jump roping, stretching. They're also taking some shots. We'll leave that action with you while we wait for the opening tip off and the starting lineups. We want to welcome you to Championship Saturday from the Pioneer Pavilion here in Harrison, Arkansas, on the campus of North Arkansas College. We're about to have the national anthem, so we will allow everyone to listen to that through our microphone. So let's stand if you can.
North Arkansas College Pioneers. Now to get started, if you would rise and mingle with your caps, Nina Lady will present us with the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous path o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. Still there, oh, sing does that star-spangled banner yet wave? For
Outstanding performance there to start this out, and we will get started with the starting lineups for the Southern Arkansas University Tech Rockets. It'll be number 4, Javon Smith, number 6, Javarius Thompson, number 10, Braylon Sims, number 11, Keyshawn Cotton, number 20, Jabari Adams, and that will be your starters for your visiting team here today. That'll be the Rockets from Southern Arkansas University Tech.
J.T. Thompson. At guard, number 10, Braylon Sims. At forward, number 11, Keyshawn Cotton. And at guard, number 20, Jabari Adams.
Now we're going to have the starting lineup for the North Arkansas Pioneers, your hometown Pioneers. It'll be number 2, Iceman himself, Nikylan Starks. Number 5, Isaac Porter. And we will see number 13, Big Nick Huff. Number 20, Drew Akins. And finally, number 23, Jackson Berry.
Number 5, Isaac Porter. At 4, number 13, Nicholas Love. At guard, number 20, Drew Higgins. And at 4, number 23, Jackson Berry.
Now it looks like Adams will come out, and he's going to do the opening tip-off for the Southern Arkansas Tech Rockets. And, of course, we usually will find out who's going to jump against him as we get the Pioneers to come out onto the floor. But it looks like it's going to be Big Nick Huff. He'll check the basketball out. Now Iceman checks it out. Up to Drew. He'll give it back to the ref. And Adams and Huff are in the circle and ready for this opening tip-off. Ball's in the air. It's going to be controlled by the Rockets in the backcourt. It'll be Thompson bringing this up. Now Thompson will set up the offense. He's got Iceman on him. He'll get the ball over to Adams. Adams will look inside. Now he gets it over to Cotton. Back around to Sims. Sims will survey the floor, gets it to Thompson. Around to Smith, three-pointer up, hits the rim and falls through after a good bounce for the visiting team Rockets. 3-0 is your score. Iceman with the basketball on the other end. Down to Porter. Porter's going to have it go off of his hand. It'll go out of bounds, and it'll belong to the Rockets. Thompson brings it up the floor. Full court coverage by the Pioneers. Starks stays on Thompson. Cotton will get it to Sims. Sims will have Adams in the corner, but he'll go to Smith. Around to Thompson, down to the baseline, puts up the shot. It's going to be a little short. Ball off the rim. Huff with the rebound. Down to Barry. Barry on the other end. He'll put the layup on the rim. It'll bounce off of the back and fall off. Smith quickly back down the floor, puts up a three. That'll be off the front of the iron. Cotton will hit the floor. No call. Barry, Porter. Porter dribbles twice, picks it up. Now he's got to pass it. Gets it down to Barry. Barry goes around. And a blocking call is going to be called. Looks like that's going to be on Smith. The first foul of the ball game goes against the Rockets, and it'll be Smith picking up his first personal foul. Starks will get ready to throw this in. Pioneers will have 20 on the shot clock. He'll get the ball into Huff. Huff will hand it right back to McKalen. Out to Nick. He puts up a three. He'll miss that three off the rim. Drew Akins off the tipped rebound, back up and in on the left side. 3-2 is your score. Nearly 2 minutes gone in this first half of the ball game. Thompson with a push off on Starks. Again, no call. Now Akins will be called for a foul, and Starks is letting the officials know there's a big push off there. Akins will pick up his first personal foul. Now both teams with one team foul. And we will have the inbound from the baseline. Thompson will get set to throw this in. He gets it into Sims. Sims will come back over and get it to Smith. Thompson wants the ball back. Smith will get it to him. Now Adams will come out and set a screen. Cotton was there. Now the ball comes down low to Adams. Back to Smith. He puts up a three, and he'll bury that from the right corner. 6-2 is the score early in this ball game. Porter has the ball knocked out of his hands. Back out to Barry. Now Barry will go around. Thompson got a piece of him. Big three-pointer there from Iceman. Starks buries that from the right side of the floor. Now he'll fight through a screen. Thompson will lose the ball momentarily. Smith has got it, and he's going to reset the offense. Directing traffic. Now Adams will come out, set a screen. They fight through it. Thompson puts up a three from the right side, and he'll bury that. 9-5 is the score. Now Barry from Starks over to Porter. Porter down the lane. He'll put up a shot. It'll be blocked. Saved. Sims comes up with it. He'll get the ball to Smith. Smith out of there down the left side. He'll switch to the right side of the lane, put up the shot. He'll lay that in for 2 points. 11-5. 16:35 to play. Starks with the basketball. He gets it over to Huff. Three-pointer on the way. That'll roll around the rim and pop off. Rebound will come down to Adams. He'll get it to Thompson, and they'll bring it back down the floor. Getting set to check into the ball game for the Pioneers is Estafo or Escamilla. Escamilla and Pulford. Huff with the rebound over to Starks. Shakari Newton, David Johnson, and Beck Morrow. Inside to Barry. Barry puts up the shot. It's good. 11-7 is the score. This is a fast-paced game. 15:47 to play in the first half. Each team with one team foul. Nobody's called timeout yet. Smith with a deep three. He'll be off the front of the rim. Starks with the rebound. Out to Porter. Porter up the left side. Porter all the way down. Backs in Adams. Puts the shot up. It's no good. Huff with the rebound. He'll put it up. No good. Sims comes out of there. Gets it to Thompson. Now back down to Sims. Ball will be tipped, and it'll go out of bounds off of the Pioneers. We'll have a new 5 come in for the Pioneers. Escamilla checks in. David Johnson, Beck Morrow, Newton, and Pulford. Thompson will get this into Adams. Adams will hand it back to Thompson. Morrow will be on Thompson. Smith over to Adams. Thompson now with the basketball. He'll get it to Sims. Put up a three. That'll be off the inside of the iron. Comes down. The rebound comes down to Newton. David Johnson out of there with the ball up the right side. Over to Newton. He'll put up the three. He'll bury that three-pointer from straight away. And that'll make it a one-point ball game, 11-10. 14:47 to play in the first half. Thompson tries to go down the lane. Pulford with the basketball. Jump ball's going to be called, and that'll favor the Pioneers. They will have the ball on the possession arrow. They'll inbound this from the baseline. Trey will go down there, and he'll throw it into Johnson. Johnson back up the center of the floor. Sims there to cover him as soon as he crosses the timeline. Pass out to Newton. Over to Morrow. Inside to Escamilla. Ball will be saved right back to Cotton from Smith. Now Smith will get the ball back all the way down the floor to the rack. Puts up the shot. It's good. Escamilla throws this into Johnson. Johnson back up the left side in a hurry. Gets it into Newton. Now we're going to have a call on the floor. I believe this is going to be on Sims. It is. It'll be his first foul, second team foul called against Tech in this first half. Johnson to throw this in. Into Escamilla in the low post. He'll have the ball knocked away by Cotton. Ball comes over to Smith. Smith will bring this up the floor. Crosses the timeline. Now he'll run the offense. Sims to Adams. Over to Thompson on the left side. Thompson back to Smith on the right side. Smith looks to try and dribble and penetrate. Can't get in. Gets the ball back to Thompson. Out at the top of the three-point line. Beck Morrow picks up the loose ball. Down to Johnson. Over to Newton. Three-pointer on the way. He'll miss that off the edge of the rim. Now Smith brings it back up the floor. He'll have the basketball. Now he'll set up the offense. Morrow knocks it away. Trey Pulford with the basketball up on the rim. No good, but he's going to be fouled. I believe Sims just picked up his second. They're going to call that on Thompson. It'll be his first foul. It's the third team foul against Tech here in the first half. Trey will be at the line to shoot 2 free throws. Coach gets the players on the free throw line that he wants or on the free throw lane. Pulford will miss the first one off the back of the iron. Checking in will be Benjamin as he checks in for Thompson. Thank you for joining us on Championship Saturday here from North Pioneer Pavilion. Second free throw is good. 13:05. Now Benjamin with the basketball. He'll get it back to Sims. Sims will throw it down the floor. Adams, rather, throws that down the floor. There wasn't anybody down there for his team. Boom! Beck Norrell buries a three-pointer from the left side. North Ark retakes the lead, 14-13. First time since the game was all tied up at 0. North Ark leads. Broomfield gets set to come into this ball game. Adams will go to the floor, and he may have been tripped. We'll see who this is on. They're going to call it on Morrow. It'll be his first foul of the ball game. It'll be the second team foul. And checking back into the game will be Drew Akins, Jackson Berry, Nick Huff, Isaac Porter, and Nikylan Iceman Starks. Started calling him Iceman after he buried those two free throws right there at the end of the game yesterday. The first one tied the game. The second one put North Ark in the lead, and they won by that score. Both teams yesterday won by 1 point. Smith kicks it back out to Benjamin. Shot on the way off the back of the iron. That was a three-pointer if it was good, but it didn't. Now Huff looks at a three. Can't get the ball up and feel comfortable with it. Starks with the basketball over to Porter. Inside to Berry. Now Nick Huff will cut down the lane. Berry comes across. He'll try to put up a shot. He'll be blocked by Hervey, who's checked into the ball game. Hervey checked in for Cotton. Broomfield checked in as well. Smith, the only starter remaining on the floor at this time. Baseball team has showed up. They're going to cheer on their Pioneers. They had a big. Berry makes that turnaround jumper just in front of the free throw line. Benjamin didn't know the pass was coming. Now he throws it to Broomfield, almost throws it away as it almost went out of bounds on the far side of the floor. Basket by the Rockets, and North Arkansas leads by 1. Berry with the basketball. He drives down on Hervey, puts up the shot. It'll be blocked. Broomfield back down the floor. Over to Adams. He'll go up. He was going to go up for a one-hand flush, but it'll go down as it came off of his fingertips and went through the hoop. 17-16. The Rockets have retaken the lead. Now Nick Huff with the basketball. He looks at a three. Now he's going to dribble. Kicks it out to Porter. Porter with the basketball over to Huff. Huff three. That'll be off the back of the iron. Adams with the rebound. He'll get the ball back down the floor. Slip and fall. They're going to call a foul on Starks here. It looked to me like he had just fallen on his own, but I guess not. Now Smith will come out and Thompson back in. Broomfield with the basketball. Cotton gets set to check back in at the next break. Adams with a three off the front of the iron. Akins with the rebound. Akins out of there with the ball. Back on the other end, he gets it to Starks. Starks down to the baseline. Throws it out to Porter. Porter drives in, puts up a shot. They're not going to call what the coach wanted. The Rockets coach wanted to travel. Hervey's going to pick up the foul. It'll be his first foul, fourth team foul. Coach wanted a traveling call there. Porter will make the first free throw. He'll have one more. Cotton will come in for Adams. Adams will take a seat on the bench. Porter's second free throw is up off the front of the iron. Broomfield gets it over to Thompson, and Thompson's going to pass it back to Broomfield. He'll come across the timeline as he caught the basketball. Now Broomfield will set up the offense. He directs traffic, gets it down to Cotton. Cotton will have his shot blocked by Huff. And then we're going to have a foul on the floor. This foul is going to be against, it looks like Benjamin. It'll be the 5th team foul, 2 more, and the Pioneers will be shooting the bonus. We're all tied up at 17 here. 10:05 to play in the first half. Pioneers with the basketball. Now we've got a foul down inside. This will be on Benjamin as well. It'll be his second one as he reached in and grabbed Huff on his way to the rim. That was the most obvious call we've seen today. Checking in will be number 22, Mikhail Guy. He'll check in for Benjamin. Ball comes into Porter. It'll be tipped, no over and back because it was tipped. Back down to Starks. Starks with the basketball. He'll dribble down to the baseline, almost to the baseline. Out to Barry, 3 on the way. It's off the mark. Hits the rim and bounces up. Broomfield with the basketball. He comes back, Thompson with the basketball. He comes back up the floor over to Broomfield. Guy with the basketball. Now he's going to put up a deep 2. It's off the mark. Starks with the rebound. Starks out of there in a hurry on the other end. He'll get the ball to Barry. 3 on the way. Boom! He'll bury that 3-pointer from straight away. And Pioneers will take a 3-point lead. National Park has arrived for the ladies championship. Hervey goes down, wants a call, didn't get it. 3-pointer's good by Thompson. Escamilla gets set to check back in. Shakari Newton also. Nick Huff in the lane. Almost has the ball taken away. Turnaround jumper is good. Holford also ready to check back into this game, but looks like David Johnson and Beck Morrow also ready to check in at the next timeout. Thompson throws it across the Guy. Guy inside, puts up the shot. It's no good. We'll see if they get Isaac Porter. Nope. They get Nick Huff for the foul. Play had already passed him by. And we'll see what happens here. Pioneers ready to bring in a new 5. Broomfield comes over to talk to the coach on the sideline. First free throw by Guy doesn't hit anything. It goes out of bounds. And we will have the substitutions for the Pioneers with Beck Morrow, Trey Pulford, David Johnson, Gustavo Escamilla, Trey Pulford, and Shakari Carol Newton. 22-20 is your score. 8.5 minutes to play. Newton will throw this into Johnson. Johnson back up the floor in a hurry. Before the game started, the Pioneers looked as relaxed as they've looked in weeks, and the Rockets looked as anxious as they could have looked. We've got a foul away from the ball. Foul will be called against number 50, Hervey. It'll be his second personal. It'll be the 6th foul called against, or 7th foul called against the Rockets here. Parrish is going to get set to check into this ball game for the Rockets. He'll check in for Hervey. He'll take a seat on the bench. 22-21 is your score. Escamilla at the line to shoot a 1-and-1. He'll bury the first one, barely makes the net even move. One more try here. 2-point lead for the Pioneers. He can make it a 3. And that shot's up off the front of the iron. No good. Thompson with the rebound. Out to Broomfield. Broomfield back down the floor. And Pulford will knock that ball out of bounds. It'll belong to the Rockets. Official very quick to make that call. And he was right there on the mark. Broomfield goes in, gets it to Parrish. Back out to Thompson. Thompson with the basketball. He's going to put up a deep 3 over the outstretched hand of Beck Morrow. Now Morrow with the pass on the other end of the floor into Escamilla. Escamilla got knocked down, and he's not going to get the call. He didn't argue much, but he did look like he wanted it. Rockets will inbound. Guy gets it into Broomfield. Broomfield brings it back up the floor over to Parrish. Or I'm sorry, Thompson. Thompson with the three, no good. Parrish with the rebound. His shot is blocked, and they're going to call a foul underneath on Beck Morrow gets that call. It'll be his second personal foul. Fifth team foul against North Ark. We're going to have substitutions coming in. Jackson Berry, Nick Huff, Isaac Porter, Drew Akins, and McIllen Starks all back in for the Pioneers. Coach is rotating 5 at a time today, and that's probably the best way to keep them fresh. Free throw up and in, 26-23. SAU Tech leads. Porter with the ball in the corner. He gets it to Berry. Berry in the lane will be hammered by Cotton, and Cotton will pick up that foul on the second bit of contact there. It'll be the first foul called against Cotton, and it's going to send Jackson Berry to the free throw line. The next foul will be the double bonus. They'll shoot 2 free throws for the rest of the first half. We've got 7:24 remaining. First free throw by Berry is off the mark, and he'll have one more right here. Second free throw's up and in. 26-24. Pioneers trail by 2. Applewhite set to check in for the Rockets. Now we've got Broomfield with the basketball. Gets it to Parrish, over to Guy. Back to Parrish. Parrish gets it back to Guy. He wants to drive to the baseline, and he'll lose the ball out of bounds without anybody touching him. Nobody touched him or the ball. Applewhite checks in as he'll check in for Guy. Now Starks will take the inbound from Akins up the floor. He'll set the offense up. Nick Huff with the ball. Back to Huff again. Now over to Starks from Porter. Starks will dribble out to the center of the floor. He gets it to Berry, and he puts it up and in. Turnaround jumper there from the free throw line is good. All tied up again at 26. Broomfield out near the center of the floor. He'll dribble over to the left side. Now he gets a pass into Parrish. Back out to Thompson. And on the rebound, we're going to have the ball go out of bounds. Starks will take this inbound almost halfway up the floor. Now he'll come across the timeline, set up the offense. Huff hits the floor. Coach wants a foul. He's not going to get it, but that should have been the second foul on Cotton. Now we've got a call away from the ball. I believe this will send Berry to the free throw line to shoot 2 free throws. It'll be on Parrish, and he will pick up his first foul of the game. That's the 10th team foul, and now North Ark will be shooting the double bonus for the last 6:08 of the first half. Berry buries the first free throw. He'll have one more here. Bang, he's going to drill that free throw. It'll go through the bottom of the net. Didn't touch anything else whatsoever. 6:03 to play. Applewhite gets the ball back over to Broomfield. Broomfield directs traffic back to Applewhite. Now he'll get it over to Thompson. Thompson in the left side. Applewhite, 3 off the mark. Porter comes down with the rebound, gets it over to Starks. Starks back up the floor. Over to Berry. 3-pointer on the way. Bang! He buries that 3-pointer, and if this was a graveyard, he'd be collecting bodies right now with those 3-pointers going down. Applewhite over to Broomfield. Broomfield has Thompson in the right corner now. He'll come into Cotton from the free throw line. The shot's up, no good. It'll go almost out of bounds, and it'll be saved by Akins. Barry. Now Thompson's going to, they're going to say that went out of bounds, but Thompson delivered an accidental shot to the jaw of McKylan Starks. No call on that contact, but the Rockets will get the ball back. They trail by 5, 31-26. Inside, the ball will be thrown into Thompson, out to Cotton as he saves it. Cotton's too hard off the glass. Now Barry comes down with the rebound, and Barry's going to be fouled. He's going back to the free throw line. Let's see who this is on. It'll be on Parrish.
Foul on J.T. Thompson, his second.
Oh, they call that against Thompson. Thompson will pick up his second personal foul. Cotton over for an explanation. He got the explanation. He's not too interested in believing that. Getting set to check in will be Adams for the Rockets, Pulford and Escamilla for the Pioneers. First free throw is up, and it's good. Nick Huff and Drew Akins will check out. Cotton will check out for the Rockets. Baseball team hadn't gotten too rowdy yet, but I expect they will get rowdy here shortly. Second free throw up by second free throws up and in by Barry. The baseball team yelling bang down there. He buried those free throws and put the Pioneers out 33-26. Applewhite with the basketball. He throws it away. And they're gonna say it was tipped. They're gonna say the Pioneers tipped it. That didn't look like that to me, but I don't know what I'm seeing up here, and coach is not happy with it. So now Applewhite will check out. Benjamin checks back in for the Rockets. Thompson gets set to throw this in. Tries to find somebody, does get Benjamin. Now Benjamin in the lane, puts up the shot. It's no good. He'll get his own rebound back up and in. Escamilla over to Starks. Your score 33-28. Starks up the floor to set up the offense. Starks to the right side of the floor. Back over to Pulford. Down to Escamilla. He'll put the shot up and in on the left side. He grabs that, makes sure he's got the ball, goes back up, and just lays that in off the glass. 35-28, 7-point football game. At least that's the score anyway. Three-pointer over the rim, no good. Escamilla with a block of Thompson. Starks out of there after Escamilla passes the ball to him. Escamilla gets the basketball, goes to the baseline, wants to spin. He's going to be fouled underneath the goal in the low post. That's going to send him to the free throw line, where he's a very good free throw shooter. I believe that's on Parrish. That'll be his second. Hervey gets set to check back into this ball game. He's got 2 fouls. Now Escamilla puts the first one up, and it'll swirl down and fall through the bottom of the net. Akins checks into the game. He'll check in for Starks. Iceman will get a break. Escamilla is going to bury that one in the back of the net. 37-28, a 9-point lead. Thompson brings this back up the floor, calls timeout, and we will take the timeout with them. 3:41 to play in the first half. 37-28 in the championship game here at the Pioneer Pavilion on the campus of North Arkansas College. All right, the timeout has come to an end. 37-28 is your score. Thompson will throw it in from right in front of the Pioneers bench. He's got Smith in the backcourt, Benjamin cross court. Smith will take the inbound, come across the timeline, set up the offense. He'll go right down the lane, put up the shot. He's not going to make it, but a whistle and a foul is going to be called. It'll be called against Escamilla. I believe that's his first. It is. That's only the sixth team foul against the Pioneers. Smith will bury that first free throw. Pioneers have one more foul to give. Nick Huff back in. He checks in for Jackson Berry. 3:33 to play. 37-29 is your score. Second free throw up, and it's good. 37-30. Now Akins up the right side of the floor. He's coming back towards the center. Now back over towards the right. Gets mugged, and they call traveling on Akins. He got mugged over there, and they're going to call traveling. Isaac Porter will check out, and Beck Morrow is on the floor. Now we're going to see Smith bring this up the left side, come back over to the right, towards the right, passes it. Thompson into Adams. Adams out to Benjamin. Benjamin wants to put up the shot. Adams will. He'll make that shot. It's a short jumper from just in front of the free throw line. 37-32. Nick Huff with the basketball down to Escamilla. It'll be knocked away by Adams. Back down the floor. Smith with the ball. He'll go into the free throw line, kick it back out to Thompson. Thompson wanted to shoot a three, couldn't get free of Akins. On the floor now. Thompson with Benjamin will put up the three. It's no good. Beck Morrow goes up for the rebound. Smith tips it away from him, and it'll go out of bounds off of Nick Huff. Smith wanted to call there. He's not going to get it. Jakari Newton back in. He'll check in for Escamilla. Now Starks is going to come back in. He'll come in for Trey Pulford. Adams puts a quick shot up. It's no good. Newton with the rebound. He'll out of there up the right side. He'll get it to Starks. Starks back over to Newton. He'll stop and pop a three. He'll not make that. Huff with the rebound. He's going to have his shot blocked. Akins puts the shot up. We're going to have a foul on Newton. Newton had all ball, and they're going to call the foul against him. It'll be his first, I believe, but that will send the Rockets to the free throw line for a 1-and-1. It is the first foul against Newton. Crowd still filing in here. We've almost completed the first half, and we're still seeing the crowd file in. First free throw is good by Thompson. He'll have one more. Some of this crowd was over watching the baseball game. Thompson's second free throw. Up, hits the front of the rim, rolls to the glass. It'll fall through. Akins up to Starks. Starks over to Huff to Akins. Akins gets a screen from Huff. Now the ball will be knocked away by Thompson back down on the other end. He puts it up. It'll go in on the right side. 37-36 is your score. It's back to a 1-point game. Huff with the basketball. His pass will be intercepted by Thompson. He'll put a shot up on the right side. It'll be good. Timeout for North Arkansas. And your score is 38-37. We'll be back after the timeout. Timeout has come to an end. The Pioneers are going to inbound from the baseline in the backcourt. Starks will take the basketball. He comes up the floor in the center, gets it over to Morrow, and Morrow's going to get this into Escamilla. He puts up a shot. It was contested by Hervey and by Adams. He didn't make it. Hervey came down with the rebound. Smith now with the basketball. This will be blocked by Escamilla. Over to Smith from Hervey. Now Benjamin will put up a shot, and he's going to earn a trip to the free throw line after he was fouled, it looked like, by Starks. It will be on Starks. I believe that'll be number 2 on him. And Porter will get set to check into this ball game. Free throws up, hits the back of the iron, bounces high in the air, and falls down. Holford will come in for Starks, and Porter will come in for Beck Morrow. Second free throw's up, hits the front of the rim to the glass, bounces around, and finally falls through. 39-37, Tech leads. Akins will set the offense up from the center of the floor. Now he gets it over to Escamilla down the left side of the lane. He puts it up and in on the left side. We're all tied up. 39 all, under a minute to play in the first half. Smith back down the floor with the basketball over to Thompson. Now they're going to run as much time off as they can. They cannot take the last shot, at least on this trip. Benjamin with the basketball into Hervey. Adams. He puts up the shot. He misses it. Barry with the basketball. Thompson comes over to challenge. Barry back down the floor in the lane. Puts up the floater, and it's good. 41-39. Now they can take the last shot. Shot clock is off for the rest of the first half. Smith with the basketball out on the Pioneer symbol. Now he'll pass it over to Thompson. Thompson will come cross court to Adams. Back to Thompson in the middle. Deep three, short of everything. Barely catches a piece of the front of the rim with less than 6 seconds. Barry down the floor. He'll throw the ball away with 1 second remaining on the shot clock. If they're going to make anything here, it's going to be a catch and shoot. They cannot do anything else. They will not have time for anything other than a catch and shoot. And they're going to just let the clock run out. Go into halftime, trailing by 2. The Pioneers lead 41-39. You are watching and listening to the NJCAA tournament. It's Region 2, Division 2 JUCO tournament at the North Arkansas campus here in Harrison in the Pioneer Pavilion. We'll be back after to start the second half in about 15 minutes. We're here. We're ready to start the second half. It'll be the Rockets with the basketball. Thompson will throw it into the backcourt. He'll find Smith. Akins will be all over Smith. Now he gets it around to Thompson over on the left side. Back to the right from Cotton. Smith will get it to Benjamin. Benjamin down low, puts up the shot. It's no good. Hervey with the rebound back up and in on the left side. Quickly in the second half, they'll tie up the ball game. Starks over to Huff. Three-pointer on the way. Bang! Nick Huff with the big three-pointer right there, 44-41. Thompson down the lane, puts up the shot. Was a little hard, but it finally fell over after it hit the front and got a good bounce. Now Barry down the lane to Huff. It'll be too hard of a pass. He won't be able to control it, gets it back down the floor. Smith with the basketball. He'll put up the shot, but he's going to be fouled. He'll go to the free throw line. Smith will have two shots here. Foul will be called against Starks. It's his third foul. Escamilla and Trey Pulford get set to check into this ball game for the Pioneers. Cotton's over talking to his coach about what happened on the floor. Now Escamilla will come in. Free throws good, both of them, and it pushes the lead out to 45-44. SAU Tech leads. Now Escamilla with the basketball over to Pulford. Pulford with a three. Bang! Trey's going to nail that three. 47-45. Benjamin with the basketball down on the baseline. He's going to put up the shot. No shot. It's a foul on Cotton away from the basketball. Cotton gets called for pushing. He's got a complete look of confusion on his face. It'll be his second foul, first team foul against SAU Tech in the second half. Both teams with one team foul, and Akins will bring this up with the Pioneers carrying a 2-point lead. To the right side, he'll have the ball knocked away by Benjamin, and it'll go out of bounds, and Akins will inbound in front of his own bench. Akins gets set to throw this in. He'll get it into number 11, Escamilla. Down the right side of the lane. He pulls up his dribble. Ball's knocked away. Akins picks it up. Now Akins falls to the floor, and he gets mugged inside, but they're going to call a jump ball, and possession arrow will favor the Pioneers. He got knocked down when he went in there. I want to say congratulations to some of our local teams that have gone on and qualified for the state tournament. Ozark Mountain boys and girls, Bergman boys and girls, Flippin boys, and other teams around the area. Mountain View will have a team there. Escamilla inside, down low, puts it up off the glass. It's good. 49-45. 18:05 to play in the ball game. Now Thompson with the ball into the lane, puts up a shot with a Euro step. It's no good. Trey Pulford with the basketball. He gets pushed out of bounds, and they're going to call the foul on Cotton. It'll be his third. He's picked up his second and third quickly within the first 2 minutes and 5 seconds of this second half. Now Akins again will bring this ball up. He's got Porter on the right side, right at the elbow. Pulford at the same spot on the other side. Now Escamilla and Barry will switch places. Barry gets a shot up. It's good from about 8 feet away. He's on the baseline. He just throws that up, and it falls through the bottom of the net. 51-45, 6-point lead. Now we've got a foul on the other end. Looks like this will be called on Porter based on the expression on his face. It is called on Porter. It'll be the second team foul. Both teams now with 2 team fouls, and that'll be the first foul called on Porter here tonight. Hervey with the basketball. Gets it over to Cotton. Around to Thompson. Cotton will set a screen, and they're going to call a moving screen. and he threw a shoulder into it. Cotton has picked up 3 fouls here quickly in the second half. We haven't even played 3 minutes yet, and he's picked up 3 fouls. Pulford will throw this into Akins. If he had just stood there, he probably wouldn't have gotten called, but he threw the shoulder into him, and he'll check out of the ball game, and Adams will check back into the game. Escamilla with the rebound, shot back up and in. 53-45. The Pioneers are opening up a lead here. Benjamin inside puts up the shot. It'll rim out. Ball's loose on the floor. Escamilla comes up with it. He loses it as it's knocked out of his hands, and Pulford with the basketball up to Barry. Barry leaves it for Akins. He gets it down to Escamilla. Backs in on Hervey. Puts up the shot. It's no good. The rebound to Barry. Barry puts up the shot. It's no good. Escamilla now puts it back up and in. He gets fouled. Count the basket. He's going to the free throw line. They've opened up a 10-point lead with a chance to make it 11. Escamilla down low fighting for every basketball, and he gets that back up and in. He muscles it in. It'll be on Hervey. It'll be his 3rd foul, 4th team foul against Tech here in the second half. Escamilla with 1 free throw. It's up and in. 56-45. The Pioneers have opened up an 11-point lead from the 2-point lead they had at halftime. Over to Benjamin. Now Benjamin on the right side gets it down to Thompson. Back to Benjamin. He's going to drive at the free throw line. He'll put up the shot, the jumper, and it'll go. 56-47. Akins now with the basketball on the right side. Over to Escamilla. Just outside the 3-point line. He fakes a 3. Hervey starts to come out. Ball knocked away from Akins by Smith. Now Barry with the basketball. He's going to drive in on Benjamin. Puts up the shot. It's no good. Escamilla with the rebound. Now over to Barry. Barry puts it up. The floater goes. Tons of contact inside. Thompson all the way back down. Misses the layup. Escamilla with the rebound. Pulford holds his arm, comes back up the floor. Now Barry with the rebound. Turnaround hook shot. Barry is hurting. We've got a timeout on the floor. I'm sorry. Pulford he's really been hurting. He's holding his arm and not doing it. I mean, even during the timeout, he is not changing his expression. And he's going to go check out of this game and go get checked out. He has not let up from holding that arm. Timeout for the Pioneers, and we'll take the timeout with them. They lead 60-47, and we will be back after the timeout. Rockets will inbound on the baseline in their backcourt. It'll be Smith getting set to throw this in. He'll get it into Broomfield. Broomfield checked back into the ball game. Now he gets it down to Cotton. Cotton back in as well. Cotton with 4 fouls. He has to be very careful. Escamilla with the rebound out to Akins. Akins back up the floor. He get it across court to Starks. 3-pointer on the way. He'll hit that on the front of the rim. It is no good. Now we're going to have a whistle. Porter and Cotton got tangled up, and it looks like Porter's going to pick up the foul. They actually call that on Jakari Newton. Porter was the one tangled up with him, and Newton will pick up his 2nd personal. It'll be the 3rd team foul in this second half for the Pioneers. 4 team fouls for the Rockets. Broomfield passes back to Smith. Smith across the timeline. He'll set up the offense. Down in the corner, the ball will go to Adams, back out to Broomfield. inside to Cotton. Cotton just inside the free throw line. He'll get the shot up and in on the right side. He'll lose his shoe. Now he's back up, gets his shoe back on, and he's coming back down the floor. Porter in the lane, puts up the shot. It's good. Count the basket. Porter's going to the free throw line for an and one. The official right there on top of the play counts the basket. The foul is on Adams. He'll pick up his first foul of the game. That's the 5th team foul in this second half. Beck Morrow checks in for Akins for the Pioneers. We'll try to have an update for you on Samantha George. She went down late in the game yesterday, and we'll try to have an update on that before the next game, before the championship game for the ladies. Porter will bury that three-pointer, and the lead is now 63-49. Hervey with the basketball out to Broomfield. Broomfield will dribble down the paint, put up the shot. It's no good, and now we're going to have a foul on the rebound. I think that's going to be on Escamilla. No, they're going to call that on Beck Morrow. His third personal foul, team's 4th foul. Tech with 5 team fouls. And this is not a shooting foul. So Smith will inbound from the baseline. Ball comes into Hervey. Hervey spins with Morrow on him. Now out to Broomfield. Broomfield looked at a three, dribbles inside the paint just in front of the free throw line and puts up the shot. Newton back to Starks. Starks will pass the ball to Escamilla. Escamilla over to Starks. He'll set a screen. Three-pointer on the way. It's off the back of the iron. Rebounded by Smith. Smith out of there with the basketball. Back on the other end, all the way to the rack. He'll miss that shot. Cotton with the rebound. Back up and in by Cotton. Timeout. SAU Tech will take the timeout with them. It's a 10-point ball game, 63-53. North Arkansas leads this men's championship game here at the Pioneer Pavilion. Pioneers will inbound from the baseline in their backcourt. Both of the lady teams are here, and National Park has gotten dressed. They're ready. I'm sure the Lady Pioneers are ready as well. 13:45 to play in this ball game. Pioneers lead 63-53. Starks with the basketball. He'll drive down on the right side. Gets it back across to Porter. Porter with the basketball, picks up his dribble. Now he'll get it over to Starks. Starks looks at a three. Down, kicks it back out to Berry. Three on the way. He'll miss that off the back of the iron. Porter's going to tip it out, get the rebound over to Akins in the corner. He puts up a three. It's no good. Cotton with the rebound. Porter tries to steal the ball. He's not going to get it. Back down the floor, Broomfield over to Smith. Smith will back out. You pass it across to Broomfield. Back to Porter or Smith. Hervey with the rebound, and he'll put it back up and in on the left side. 63-55. Starks brings the ball back up. Escamilla gets set to check back into this ball game. Porter with the basketball on the left side. Into Barry at the free throw line. Barry with a jumper, and he'll nail that down. Broomfield on the other end gets it into Cotton. Cotton will put up a shot. Huff will play defense. He'll cause him to miss that shot. Now Porter with the basketball. Porter on the left side over to Barry. Another mid-range jumper falls for Barry. 67-55. The lead has grown to 12. Tech back down the floor with the basketball. Broomfield gets it around to Smith, back out to Adams, over to Smith. He wants to get it inside. He can't get it to Hervey. Now he throws it back out to Adams. Adams will try to dribble and penetrate, can't get in. Now he gets it out to Broomfield from Smith. Broomfield will go down the right side, turnaround jumper off the front of the rim. Porter with the rebound. Starks brings it up the right side. Starks finds Barry on the baseline. He'll dribble in, loses dribble, get it back out to Starks. Now back into Barry at the free throw line. Out to Starks. He'll pull it out and reset everything. 15 on the shot clock. Starks will dribble in and take a mid-range jumper. He'll get that to rattle on home as it went from front to back on the rim 3 or 4 times before it finally fell through. We've got a whistle and we got a timeout, an official's timeout for blood on a player. They're gonna get the bleeding stopped. Cotton is wearing the jersey number 11 right now. If he gets blood on that jersey, he's gonna have to change it. Escamilla and Akins will check in for the Pioneers. He'll check in for Porter, and they will check in for Nick Huff. Trainer will work on getting this bleeding to stop. Cotton will get a bandage put on. Now I expect they'll tape this off. They've got him all fixed up. He'll come back into the game. Apparently there's no blood on the jersey because he doesn't have to change that. Ball will come into Broomfield from Smith, and now they'll set up the offense. Cotton sets a screen on Starks. Broomfield puts up the shot. It's a mid-range jumper that falls. Akins back up the floor. I'm loving the fact that these two teams are shooting the mid-range jumpers. It's something that hasn't been in the game since the three-pointer was instituted, and it's a very valuable part of this game. Starks out to Morrow. Morrow looked at a three. Now he'll pass cross court to Akins. He'll take the three. Off the edge of the iron. Hervey will chase that rebound down and step on the sideline as he does it. He should have just let the ball go, and it would have been Tech's basketball. That's what the coach was telling him. All he had to do was just let it go. Starks will throw this in from in front of his own bench in the corner. Gets it into Morrow, back to Starks, over to Morrow, three-pointer on the way. That'll go halfway down and come out, and it'll be Tech with the rebound. Hervey gets it over to Smith, to Broomfield. Now Broomfield inside to Hervey. Hervey can't get a shot up. Adams with the basketball, and he'll step on the sideline in front of his own bench. Applewhite set to check back into this ball game. He'll check in for Adams. He'll come to the sideline. Coach will give him some advice, tell him what he did wrong. Now we've got Starks with the basketball. He'll bring it up the floor in the center, pass it over to Akins. Akins wanted to pass it to Newton, couldn't get it to him. Now back over to Akins, three on the way. He'll miss that off the iron. Ball's tipped around. Broomfield will come out of there with it for Tech. Back on the other end. Euro step. He's going to put the shot up, a whistle, 2 whistles, and a foul. Foul will be called on Newton. That'll be the 5th team foul against North Ark. It'll be Jakari Newton's 3rd foul, and Broomfield will be at the line to shoot 2 free throws. Fulford checks back in. He'll check in for Akins. Second free throw is good. 69-58 is the score. Fulford with the basketball into Escamilla. Escamilla gets it out to Jakari Newton. 3-pointer on the way. That'll go halfway down and come out. Looked like the Pioneer bench wanted a foul. They're not going to get that. Al Smith with the basketball. He'll put the shot up. It's no good. And Escamilla goes tumbling to the floor. And I'm not sure if they're calling a foul on they are going to call a foul. Call a foul on Broomfield. It'll be the 6th team foul. First foul on Broomfield in this ball game. Fulford will throw this in. They say Broomfield pushed out, and that's what caused Escamilla to tumble to the floor the way he did. Fulford, Newton, 3 on the way. He'll miss that. Now the ball will be loose, but Broomfield will pick it up. Applewhite in the lane. A blocking foul is going to be called against Jakari Newton. Porter instantly gets up and gets ready to come back into the game. That'll be the 4th foul called against Newton in this ball game. Both teams now with 6 team fouls for the game for the second half. We've still got 9:06 to play. On the next foul for either team, the other team will go to the free throw line for 1-1, whether they're shooting or not. Newton will check out and Porter will check in. 69-59 is your score. Second free throw is up and in, makes it a 9-point ball game. Starks will bring the ball to the right side of the floor and up over to Porter. Well, looks at Porter. Now he gets down the right side into Barry. Hervey will block that shot. It'll go out of bounds off of Tech and belong to the Pioneers. Starks from the baseline will inbound. Throws it in off of Applewhite over to Barry. Barry puts the shot up. It's no good. Cotton with the rebound. Cotton plays with 4 fouls too. Smith all the way back down, has the ball taken away by Starks. Starks just reached in, grabbed it, and ripped it away. Porter puts that up and in. They're going to call goaltending. They're going to call goaltending there. The basket's going to count. It was not going to go, but they're going to call goaltending for basket interference. They're also going to call a foul on Broomfield. They do count the basket. It's 71-60. Smith will check out of the game. It's Broomfield's second free throw. And Porter will go to the free throw line to shoot an and. Well, I'm not sure if he's shooting and 1 or 2. No, it's an and 1. I see the official holding up one finger. Shots on the way. It'll rattle on home. And he'll push the lead back out to 12, 72-60. Broomfield with the basketball. Applewhite on the left side. He'll dribble down, put up a mid-range jumper. It's no good. The ball's tipped around several times. Hervey finally comes down with it out to Applewhite over to Thompson. Thompson looks at a 3. Now Broomfield over to Applewhite. He puts up a 3. It's no good. Barry with the rebound. He'll get the ball out to Fulford. Fulford will get it down to Escamilla. He'll spin, put up the shot. He's not going to make it. It'll be tipped back in. It looks like Barry was the one that tipped that in. 74-60 is your ball game. It's a 14-point lead with 7 minutes and 50 seconds to play in the ball game. Applewhite over to Thompson. Thompson gets the ball to Applewhite. He goes all the way down the lane, puts it up, and it lays on the rim and finally rolls over. Porter with the basketball. Him and Starks play catch. Now Starks will get it back to Porter. He'll dribble in, get it over to Starks. Boom! Three-pointer from the left side of the floor. Starks will bury that three-pointer. 77-62. Lead has grown to 15. Biggest lead of the game for either team. Pioneers bench chanting D up. Now the ball will be stolen by Porter. They've got numbers, 3-on-1. Porter goes in, loses the ball. They're going to say it's out of bounds on Thompson. Porter could have passed that and gotten an open shot for Barry, but he chose not, or Starks rather, he chose not to. Checking back into the game will be Akins and Huff. They'll check in for Escamilla and Starks. Akins gets the ball into Barry. Barry's had the hot hand in the second half, and he continues with a turnaround jumper in the lane, puts up the shot. It's good, 79-62. Largest lead of the game. Now a three-pointer from Thompson is good on the other end. He has an answer, at least for that shot. Now Akins with the basketball. He'll get it to Nick Huff. Nick Huff with the basketball over to Porter. Porter will spin, get it back over to Huff. He looked at a three. Parrish was with contact. No call. Now Akins with a mid-range floater, and it'll fall. 81-65. Pioneers lead. Thompson gets the ball to Broomfield, over to Benjamin. Benjamin will have the ball knocked away. Thompson will pick it up in the backcourt. Now Benjamin with the basketball. He shoots from the free throw line. No good. Porter with the rebound. Porter out to Pulford. Pulford up the right side. Pulford wanted to get it to Huff. Couldn't do it. Barry with the three. Bang! Barry nails that three. 84-65. The lead is 19. Largest of the game for either team. And the Pioneers look like they're going to win this championship here today. But we still have 5:22 to play. Cotton puts that shot up and in on the left side. 5:15. Nick Huff with the basketball. Porter will dribble in, kicks it to the corner to Pulford. Pulford with the basketball. Three on the way. He'll miss that as it hits the rim and rolls around off the glass. Broomfield back down the floor. In the lane, kicks it over to Benjamin. Benjamin puts up the shot. It'll bounce off the back of the iron. Nick Huff tried to get that rebound. Now Broomfield. Nick Huff with a big block there. And now Jackson Berry with an outlet to Pulford. Pulford will have the ball knocked away by Thompson. It'll belong to the Pioneers on their own baseline under their own goal. Escamilla gets set to come back in. He'll come in for Nick Huff. And the Pioneers are rolling. 84-67. Timeout on the floor. We've got 4:43 to play in this championship game. We'll be back after the timeout. Akins will get set to throw this in from the baseline. He gets it into Barry. Barry with a mid-range jumper. He's going to miss this one, but it'll go out of bounds off of Hervey, and the basketball will still belong to the Pioneers. 20 on the shot clock. Akins is going to step out and throw this in. He'll get it into Escamilla. Escamilla hands it right back to Akins. Akins will dribble through the defense. Now the ball will be taken away by Benjamin. On the other end, it'll be Thompson. And they're going to call Porter for the foul. I believe the basket's going to count, and Porter will pick up the foul. It will. The basket will count. Akins will check out, and Starks back in. It'll be the second foul called against Porter. Both teams now with 7. They're both in the single bonus. He'll miss that one. Barry with Escamilla down the floor. Escamilla catches it, and now he's going to be harassed inside. Jump ball's going to be called, and it will favor the Rockets. (84-69) is your score. 4 minutes and 17 seconds to play in the game. Smith with the basketball inside the lane, puts up the floater or the layup over the front of the rim. It's good. 84-71 is your score now. Rockets will play full court defense. Holford gets the pass from Starks. Back over to Starks. Starks out near midcourt. Barry fights through to set a screen. Now Barry with the basketball. He spins and puts it up and in the low post. Got that to go off of the glass. Now Thompson on the other end with the basketball. He wanted to dribble and penetrate, couldn't get in. Gets it over to Smith. Smith with the basketball. He'll lose it. Now outlet to Pulford. Pulford goes up, puts the shot up. He thought he was fouled. He didn't get the call, and he's not going to. Smith with the three-pointer on the other end. He'll miss that. Rebound that comes down to Barry. He'll get it over to Starks, and Starks will look down the floor. He comes across the timeline. He'll get set up. Gets the ball into Escamilla. He'll back in on Parrish. Parrish has got him by the shoulder pads or shoulders, and he'll get it up and in on the right side. Parrish had a hold of him pretty good, but he gets the shot to go up and fall. Thompson with the three-point attempt. It's no good. Barry with the rebound. He comes back up the floor. We've got a whistle, and we've got a foul called away from the ball. It'll be number 4 who receives this foul. The officials come together. I'm not sure exactly if it's a common foul or technical or intentional. Must be some kind of serious foul. They've cleared the lane. I didn't see him signal technical, but that's what it looks like as a technical foul. It was called against Thompson. It's his 3rd foul, 8th team foul. Thompson will check out and Broomfield will check back in. May have called him for taunting, which would be a technical foul. 89-71 is the score. Starks will throw this in from the far side. He'll get the ball into Barry, back to Starks. Starks will get it across court to Porter. He'll drive in, kick it back out to Starks. 3 on the way. Bang! Starks will bury that three-pointer. He was nearly on the sideline when he put it up, and he put it up. It was good. Iceman has come alive in this second half. Benjamin down the baseline, puts up the shot on the right side. Escamilla will get this into Pulford. Pulford will come up the left side of the floor. Comes across timeline. Now he'll pick up his dribble. Coach wanted a carry call. He's not going to get it. Barry has 2 on him, Hervey and Benjamin. Now Porter with Benjamin on him. Screen from Jackson Barry. Porter goes down, puts up the shot. It's no good. Barry realized he was going to, if he got that rebound, he was going to out of bounds, so he tried to tip it. Benjamin picks it up, back down the floor. They're going to count the basket. Benjamin's going to the line for a free throw. Trey Pulford will be called for the foul. He's called for blocking. Both of the participants in the second game are ready and just waiting on this one to end. 1:46 to play, 92-75 is the score. Drew Akins set to check in. He'll come in for Trey Pulford. Pulford will check out of this game with a standing ovation from the crowd. Well, an ovation anyway. Free throw is up, and he'll make that free throw. Makes it a 92-76 game with 1:45 to play. Starks up the left side of the floor. Just made a 3 from about where he was at. Now right there is about where he was at, and the ball will be knocked away. Cotton will knock it away, and it'll go out of bounds. Starks will step out and throw this in from right there. Akins will step out now, and they'll get ready to throw this in. Starks comes free. So does Escamilla. Escamilla back to Akins, over to Starks. Starks with the basketball. Now he will dribble down to the baseline and put up the shot. We've got a takedown on the other end on this end of the floor. It'll be Drew Akins picking up the foul. And that'll be the 9th team foul, I believe, against the Pioneers. It'll be the second one picked up by Drew Akins. They'll get a towel out here and dry that floor up from where Akins was down on the floor. Applewhite will be at the free throw line to shoot 2 free throws, or a 1-and-1. We've got 1:20 to play in this championship game. He'll make the first free throw and earn the second one. Game is basically decided, but we still have to play out the last 1:20. So we don't want to count our eggs before the chicken. Rebound for Jackson Berry on the second one. Starks back up the floor. Starks will be fouled by Applewhite, and he will go to the free throw line to shoot a 1-and-1. This is where Iceman made his point yesterday, was at the free throw line with just a little over a second to play, and that made it almost impossible for the team to come back when they took the 1-point lead. Ice in his veins, I'm telling you. He buries the first one. He's got one more right here. And he'll bury the second one. That right there is why I've started calling him Iceman. Alexi Anderson checks in for the Rockets. He'll check in for Hervey or Cotton. And also checking in was Javon Johnson. Johnson over to now Applewhite with the basketball. He'll have it knocked away by Escamilla. Akins with the basketball. He'll come up the right side of the floor from the left side. Gets across the timeline. Now he's going to pick up his dribble. Gets it down to Escamilla. Escamilla in the low post with Anderson on him. He'll put up the shot. It's good. 96-77. Under a minute to play. Broomfield will have the ball knocked away. Now it'll be picked up by Starks over to Akins. Akins will dribble it down. They're going to run out as much time as they can. There's about 1 second difference. This game is over. It's just running out the time now. They can't run it completely out. There's about a 1 second difference on the shot clock from the game clock. 96-77 is your score. They'll take the shot clock violation here and give it back to the Rockets. But this game is going to end, and they will have a shot clock violation. They're going to say that's game over. 96-77 is your final. We will be back to see the trophy presentation momentarily.
From Massengale, President of North Arkansas College, will be presenting the championship trophy. North Arkansas College advances to the Central Plains District Championship on tape at the Region 16 winner of Missouri.
Pioneers are the champions. They will go to Missouri to play in the next round. They have to advance. The only way to advance is to win this tournament. They did do just that. A convincing win today, 96-77 over the South Arkansas University Tech Rockets. And they will advance to play in Missouri on, we'll have to find out the exact date. But we will do everything we can to see what we can do for that game. Player of the game today is no doubt Jackson Berry. Every time they needed something, a spark, Jackson was there to do it. He got inside the lane, put up layups. He put up 3-pointers. We had Iceman trying to make a contribution, and at the end and in the second half, he came alive and made sure that he hit the key free throws and the rest of it. Isaac Porter and Trey Pulford held up the trophy, held up that plaque that signifies they won the tournament. They are the Region 2 Division 2 champions, and we will be back for the ladies championship in about 10 minutes. We're back here on Championship Saturday. This is going to be the ladies' final here at the Region 2 District 2 Championship game. It'll be between the National Park College Lady Nighthawks and the North Arkansas Lady Pioneers. We do have an update on Samantha George. She is your number 43. She will be out for this game. She rolled her ankle yesterday, and will be out for this game. So starting lineups for today, number 1, Kaylee Vaught. Your visiting team is the North Arkansas Lady Pioneers. Keely Blanchard will also get the start. She wears number 2. Emily Keene wearing number 4. Also, we're going to have number 33, Kendall Rooks, as well as number 34, Sydney Standridge will be the final starter for the Lady Pioneers. For the Lady Nighthawks, it'll be Kyla Garrett, number 1, number 2, Kiara Garrett, number 4, Kishla Doss, number 22, Hannah McLean, number 32, and your final starter will be Parrish Norfleet for the Lady Nighthawks here today. The opening tip, we will have the opening tip here momentarily. We expect it'll be Keely Blanchard coming out for the Lady Pioneers. They are wearing the red with gray numbers today because they are the visiting team. They are the number 2 seed in the tournament. National Park was number 1, and so they will be wearing their home blues with white numbers. Wanted to point that out because the men wore white with red numbers, and the ladies are not wearing white. They will wear red here today. Baby blue with white numbers is what the National Park Lady Nighthawks will have. Hannah McLean will step in for the Lady Nighthawks, and it will be Keely Blanchard stepping in. The opening tip is underway, and it will be controlled by Keely Blanchard and the Lady Pioneers. Blanchard with the basketball. Kaylee Vaught gets the start instead of Samantha George today. Inside, the ball will come to Standridge. Back outside to Rooks. Rooks with the basketball out to Blanchard. Blanchard drives the baseline. Puts the shot up and in. It'll roll around the rim. Several revolutions before it falls down. 9:30 to play in this first period. Kyla Garrett with the basketball. Loose ball on the floor picked up by Rooks. Vaught with the basketball. She'll come up the floor, get it to Blanchard just at the timeline. Now Blanchard will dribble, gets it around to Keene to Rooks. Rooks in the left corner, gets it back across. Doss will steal this. Back down there on the other end of the floor. She'll put up the shot. It'll be good. We're all tied up at 2. Vaught with the basketball over to Rooks. Kendall comes up the right side. Doss all over her like a blanket in the wintertime. Now the ball's loose. Norfleet picks it up. Norfleet down the floor. She'll put it up. She'll miss it off the bottom of the backboard. Doss gets the rebound up and in. 4-2. National Park now leads. Kaylee Vaught gets the ball across the timeline by passing to Emily Keene. Keene into the corner. She'll throw this ball away over the head of Kendall Rooks. Massengale gets set to check into this ball game quickly. She'll check in for Keene. Annabelle Massengale wears number 12. We've got a timeout on the floor for a player to tie her shoes. I think that is Kiara Garrett. It is. And she'll get her shoe tied. Norfleet will throw this in for the Lady Nighthawks. Kayla Garrett will bring this ball up the floor. Now she'll dribble back out, directs traffic, gets it over to McLean. Inside to Norfleet. It'll be knocked away and taken away by Blanchard. Keeley back up the floor. She pulls out her dribble over to Massengale. Massengale in the lane to Stander. It's a short jumper. It's off the back of the iron. McLean rebounds. Back down the floor, Kayla Garrett. She'll get the ball to Norfleet. She'll drive inside. Over to McLean, puts up the shot. It's off the rim. Loose ball on the floor is picked up by Kendall. Kendall will have the ball knocked away by Doss, and we're going to have a whistle on the floor. Ball will belong to the Lady Pioneers. It'll be a foul called. First foul of the ball game called against National Park. It'll be Doss picking up that foul. Blanchard with the basketball. She'll come across the timeline, pass it to Vaught. Back out to Keeley. Inside to Sydney. Sydney will fake it, put it up. It's no good. Massengill comes down with the rebound, and she'll be fouled while she's on the floor. I believe this will be on Doss again. This will be on Kiera Garrett. And Sydney will go down to throw this ball inbounds from the baseline. She gets it into Kendall just over the hands of Kayla Garrett. Brooks down on the left side, puts it up and in, ties the game up at 4. 7:20 to play. We've got a 4-4 ball game. These teams just keep going back and forth. Garrett over to Doss. Doss will drive inside, put up a shot. She's not going to make it. She's going to be fouled, and I believe this will be on Kendall Rooks. They call this foul on Annabelle Massengale. It'll be the second team foul for the Lady Pioneers. First free throw by Doss is up off of the back of the iron. It's not any good. She's got one more shot here. And she'll make the second one, and she'll push her team out to a 1-point lead. Blanchard brings the ball up the floor. She'll go down the left side. Picks up her dribble inside to Rooks. Rooks with the basketball. And we've got a whistle, and a travel's going to be called. Travel's called against the Lady Pioneers. Norfleet will get set to throw this in. She gets it into Kayla Garrett. Kiera Garrett on the left side, Doss on the right. Doss gets the pass. Back to Kayla Garrett. Over to Kiera. Kiera with the basketball. Inside to McLean. McLean with the turnaround jumper off the back of the iron. Kendall Rooks with the rebound. Richardson gets up to check in for the Lady Nighthawks. Rooks loses the ball. Now Doss on the other end with the shot. It'll go up and in on the right side, and it'll be a 7-4 lead. Kaylee Vaught tried to get there, couldn't get there in time. Now Keely Blanchard with the basketball, goes behind her back. Now she'll get into traffic. Vaught with a three. Bang! She buries that three-pointer. We're all tied up again at 7. Kayla Garrett with the basketball. She'll come back down the floor, crosses on the Pioneer symbol, throws it inside. Brooks will steal it to the floor. She'll get the ball to Blanchard. Blanchard out to Standrich. Standrich down the floor. Sydney will look to pass this. She gets it to Kendall Rooks inside. She'll get it back out to Vaught. Another three on the way. It's out of bounds off of Massengale, and it'll be Lady Nighthawks ball. Dollar also checks in with Richardson. Garrett will bring this up the floor. Kayla Garrett has checked out of the ball game. Doss with the basketball to the corner to Dollar. Dollar will lose the ball. It'll go out to Doss. Now over to Garrett. Doss with the basketball. And Massengale's going to be called for a foul. She'll be called on that baseline area. That'll be her second foul. Maya Fulton's going to check into this ball game for Kaylee Vaught. And Kaylee will take a seat and catch her breath. Dollar with the three. Bang! Dollar makes that three with a hand in her face. Now Fulton with the basketball over to Keely Blanchard. Blanchard will circle around and leave Dollar. Now she'll get it over into the corner to Rooks. Rooks will put up the three. It'll be off the iron, no good. Dollar with the rebound. Dollar gets it over to Garrett. Norfleet took a stumble on the far side. Richardson with the shot, no good. Massengale's going to be called for her third personal foul. That will be her third personal foul. She has all three fouls for North Ark. Emily Keene gets set to check back into this game. She's got the coach has got no choice. Richardson missed the first free throw off the front of the iron, and National Park leads 10-7. Richardson's second free throw is up and in. Keene will check in. Massengale will check out. Pioneers with 3 team fouls, Nighthawks 2. Both teams have 5 timeouts. Blanchard down to Fulton to Rooks. Rooks in the right corner. Rooks over to Keene. She'll dribble back out. A foul's going to be called. The foul will be called against, looks like Sydney Standrich. No, that'll be called against Kendall Rooks. It'll be her first foul, and it'll be the 4th team foul against the Lady Pioneers. Dollar with the basketball on the far side of the floor. She'll get the ball back out, but she'll get it right to Keely Blanchard. Down the floor she comes. Euro step. She's going to put up the shot. She's not going to make it, but she will go to the free throw line, and Kayla Garrett will check back into this ball game. Kyra Garrett will pick up her second foul, and she'll check out for Kayla Garrett. Blanchard at the line to shoot 2 free throws. She can make this a 2-point ball game with if she makes both of them. First one's up, and it'll rattle around and pop out on the left side. She can still make it a 3-point game if she makes this free throw. And she does. Score is 11-8. 4 minutes and 3 seconds to play in the first period. Garrett with the basketball. She's directing traffic. Now she'll pass down into the corner to Dollar. 3-pointer on the way. She'll have that rattle out. Keene with the rebound. Keene comes back up the floor with Dollar on her. Now she'll go around Dollar, kick it out to Rooks. Rooks will pick up her dribble. She's got Norfleet on her, out to Fulton. Fulton with the basketball over to Rooks. 3-pointer on the way. It's off the mark. Maya Fulton goes up for the rebound. It'll go out of bounds on her, and they will allow her to retie her shoe before they will let this ball be thrown in. 11-8 is your score. 3 minutes and 30 seconds to play in the first period. Garrett brings the ball up the floor. She's got Doss on the right side. Dollar comes to the left, or from the left to the right. Doss with the basketball inside. She'll put up a shot. It's too hard off the glass. Richardson will come down with the rebound. 3-point by Garrett. No good. Richardson again with the rebound out to Garrett. Over to Dollar. Dollar will go down into the paint. She'll put up a shot. She's not going to make it, but apparently she was fouled, and she will be fouled by number 11, Maya Fulton. Doss will check out, and Williamson will check in. Dollar makes the first free throw. She'll have one more right here. She'll get that one to rattle home, and Fulton will throw this into Blanchard. Blanchard will have Keene up the left side. She'll have Fulton on the left side, and Keene on the right. Now Rooks on the left side, down to Fulton. Fulton gets it inside to Sydney Standrich, and Garrett will rip the ball away, back out to Blanchard from Fulton. And now we're going to have a blocking foul called against Dollar. She looked up, didn't understand why she got that, but she will pick up the foul. It'll be her first foul, 4th on National Park. North Ark with 5 fouls. Fulton with the basketball as she gets set to throw this in, gets it into Rooks, over to Blanchard, 3 on the way. She'll miss that off the front of the iron. Richardson with the rebound, out to Garrett. Garrett quickly back up the floor. Garrett down to the left side, gets it out to Williamson, over to Dollar. Dollar with the three-pointer. It's off the mark. Keene and Richardson come down with the ball together, and the jump ball will be called. Possession will belong to the Lady Nighthawks. Garrett will throw this in from the baseline underneath the basketball goal. She gets it into Richardson. Richardson looked at a shot, dribbled. Now she'll spin and put it up. It's no good. Keene will come down with the rebound, but Norfleet's going to be called for the foul. That'll be the 5th team foul. Both teams in the bonus now. So we'll be shooting 2 free throws on this other end of the floor. Emily Keene to the line. Norfleet will pick up her first foul. We've got 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in the first period, and we'll be shooting fouls for both teams for the rest of the period. Keene will miss the first one off the back of the iron. She'll have one more here. McLean gets set to check back into the game. Second free throw's up and in, and McLean will check in for Norfleet. Peyton Clark comes into the game for the Lady Pioneers. She'll come in for Kendall Rooks. Richardson will throw this in. She'll get it into Garrett. Garrett will come up the floor with the Lady Nighthawks leading 13-9. Williamson with the ball, puts up the shot. It's no good. She's fouled. Looks like this foul will be against number 4, Emily Dean. It will be called against number 4. So Dean will pick up the foul. It'll be her first. Oh, no, it'll be against number 32. No, they call it against 4. It's her first. Free throw is up and missed. Second one is missed as well. Blanchard comes down with the rebound. Now we're going to have a jump ball with Keene and Garrett on the floor. Possession arrow favors Lady Pioneers this time. Ball comes in to Blanchard. Keene and Fulton in the backcourt. Keene, bang! She'll bury that three-pointer from straight away, and North Ark will cut the lead to 1. Dollar with the basketball. She'll get it around to Williamson. Out to McLean. That three-pointer she just made will not count. She stepped on the sideline, and the Lady Pioneers will throw this in front of their own bench. Fulton gets it into Blanchard. Blanchard gets it over to Keene. Keene around to Fulton. Fulton will set up the offense. Now Blanchard inside the paint. Now she'll kick it out to Fulton. Over to Sydney Standridge. Around to Blanchard. Mid-range jumper up. It'll roll around the rim and pop out. McLean comes down with the rebound. Garrett back down the floor. She'll find Williamson cutting down. And now she'll get the ball back out to Garrett. Garrett will dribble. Have the ball knocked away by Fulton. Picked up, passed back to Fulton, and down on the other end, she'll lose the ball out of bounds, but only because Garrett tips it. (13-12), 1:02 to play in the first period. National Park leads by 1. Blanchard with the inbound pass. Gets it out to Clark. Clark around to Keene. Keene inside to Standridge. She spins, puts up a shot. She's not going to make it, but they're going to call a foul on Richardson. And Sydney will go to the line to shoot 2.
Foul on Landry Richardson.
53.5 seconds. Checking into the game now is number 13, Hollins. She'll check in for Richardson. And Standridge will get ready at the line. First shot is up. It's perfect. She will tie the game at 13. And she will push the team out to a 1-point lead. If you've been paying attention to the Lady Pioneers, this is their MO. They fall behind and then take the lead. We'll see if it continues, but inside to Hollins, back out to McLean. Her shot is blocked by Fulton. Keene comes down with the basketball. 34 seconds remaining in the first period. About a 10-second difference on the shot clock, or 6, I'm sorry. Blanchard with the basketball. She stands out on the Pioneer symbol. She's got Keene to her right. Fulton or Clark down in the left corner. Now Fulton to the left. She launches a 3. She'll miss that. The rebound will come down to McLean. Garrett with the ball. Quick pass down to Williamson. She can't get a shot up. Loses the ball momentarily. Gets a shot up. It's no good. We'll go to the second period with North Ark leading 14-13. We'll be right back after the timeout. National Park will open the second period with the basketball. McLean will get set, and she'll throw this into Garrett. Garrett will get its dollar back to Garrett. Over to Williamson, back to Garrett. Garrett will look inside. Now she gets it to Williamson on the left side. Williamson puts up the shot. It's no good. Standridge clears the rebound, and she will get it over to Keene. Keene back up the floor. Rooks is checked back into the game for the Lady Pioneers. Blanchard over to Keene. Keene will lose it for a second. Clark with the basketball. Standridge falls down. Blanchard with a mid-range jumper. She'll nail that. 16-14. Lady Pioneers lead with 9:21 to play in the first half. Hollins sets a screen. Ball goes over to Dollar. Now Kayla Garrett into Hollins. She'll get the ball out to Williamson, and she'll put up a jumper, and it'll be good. 16-15. Clark and Keene play catch in the backcourt. Now they've got to get it over the timeline. She does. Down inside the front court. Standridge looks at a 3. Can't get the shot off. Now she'll get the pass and go, or the give and go, and she will go to the free throw line to shoot 2 free throws. The foul's going to be called. Let's see who this is on. I missed the number, but 3 substitutions. Hollins will come out. Williamson and McLean coming in will be Doss, Norfleet, and Richardson. First free throw's off the back of the iron. She can make this a 2-point lead. Kayla Garrett was who the foul was on. National Park will have 1 team foul here in the second period, and Garrett will pick up her first. Second free throw's up and in. Standridge will make it a 2-point lead, 17-15, with 8:48 to play in the first half. Garrett brings the ball up the floor. Garrett will go to the left side, down the lane, puts up the shot. It's no good. Ball goes out of bounds, and it'll belong to the Lady Nighthawks, according to the official. Garrett throws this in to Norfleet. Norfleet puts up the shot. She'll get it to go on the right side, on the left side. 17-17 is the score. Keene to Blanchard. Blanchard comes up the center of the floor on the Pioneer symbol. Clark sets a screen. Very effective. Clark now with the basketball, dribbles to the right. She tries to get it down to Keene. It'll be stolen by Doss. Doss out of there with the basketball, puts up the shot, and she'll get that to fall on the right side of the rim. 19-17. National Park back in the lead. Now Blanchard gets the ball down the floor. Emily Keene with the basketball. Out to Sydney Standrich. Standrich inside will pass the ball back out to Rooks. Three-pointer on the way. She'll miss that off the right side of the rim. Richardson and Clark battle over the ball. Now Garrett back down the floor. Clark all over her. Foul's going to be called. This should be on Clark. It is. And it'll be Clark's first foul. And each team will have one team foul now. Kaylee Vaught will come in for Clark. Peyton Clark will take a seat on the bench. Garrett gets this into Richardson. Blanchard took a shot to the face. And now the foul will be called against Richardson. It'll be charging. Not a personal, just offensive turnover. Blanchard with the basketball on the left side of the floor. Blanchard gets across the timeline, passes it back to Vaught. Out to Rooks. Rooks looked at a three. Down the lane she goes. She puts up the shot. It's no good. Doss will come out of there with the basketball. Doss on the right side. In the lane, puts up the shot. It's no good. Garrett with the rebound. She puts up the shot. It's no good. Now Blanchard will be called for a foul as Garrett put up the ball the third time. They actually call that on Peyton Clark, who's sitting on the bench. Garrett makes one of two from the line. Score is 20-17. 7:05 to play in the first half. Blanchard brings this up the right side. She has Doss on her. She'll pass it to Keene. Now Keene looks inside, can't get the ball in there. Over to Rooks. Rooks will dribble and penetrate. Foul's going to be called. This will be called against number $5. It'll be her second foul. And now Williamson will check back into the game. She'll check in for Dollar. Dollar will take a seat on the bench with two fouls. 20-17 is the score. Vaught will throw this in from the baseline underneath the goal. The official's going to have a talk. I think the scorekeeper has a question about who that foul was on. They called it on. It was supposed to be called on Keely Blanchard, not Peyton Clark, who was sitting on the bench. Now Vaught will throw this ball in. She'll get it into Keene, or tried to. Standards picked up the loose ball out to Blanchard. Now Blanchard with 14 on the shot clock will try to orchestrate an offense. Brooks out to Keene. Keene looked at a three. She'll have the ball knocked away. Then she'll be the last one to touch it as it gets knocked out of bounds. Norfleet's going to throw this into Garrett, and Garrett will bring it up the floor with a three-point lead for NPC. Garrett will set up the offense. Down the lane, out to Norfleet. Norfleet will cross to Doss to Williamson. She drives down to the baseline. Gets the ball into Richardson. Richardson will have a shot blocked, but they're going to call a foul across the floor. She's going to call the foul. The official right here couldn't see it, but the one across the floor calls it, and Blanchard will pick up her second personal, and it'll be the third team foul. Richardson will make the first free throw. It'll be the third team foul against North Ark in this second period. National Park has 2. Richardson's second free throw is up and in. She'll push it out to a 5-point lead. Kendall Rooks will take the inbound right back to Blanchard. Blanchard will bring it up the floor. She leaves Williamson sitting there. Now she dribbles around, picks up her dribble over to Emily Keene. Keene with Norfleet on her. She'll throw it into Sydney Standrich. It'll be stolen by Kayla Garrett. On the other end, they're going to call a charge on Garrett. And that's not going to be met with friendly applause from the National Park fans. Down the floor, the Lady Pioneers will have the basketball inside to Sydney Standrich. She goes up. Richardson will be called for another foul. Keene checked out of the ball game, and Fulton checked back in. Now checking in for National Park, it will be number 10, Miller. Miller's going to be allowed to check in here. She'll check in for Garrett. That'll be the 4th team foul called against National Park in this second period. Standrich at the line for 2. First one's up and barely makes the net move. She put that through perfectly. Shot is up and it's good. 22-18 is the score. Miller will bring this up the floor. Norfleet will be on her left side. Doss over here to the right. Williamson to the left. Now Doss with the basketball. She'll get it around to Williamson. Williamson drives the baseline, puts up a shot. It's no good. Rooks with the rebound. She comes out of there with the basketball. She'll have Williamson all over her. She goes behind her back. Norfleet comes out to help. Blanchard with the basketball into the lane from the free throw line. She'll put up a shot. Williamson with the rebound. Williamson comes back up the floor. Now Fulton on this near side will play defense. Ball will rim out. Norfleet with the rebound. Up and in on the left side. Rooks now will take the pass from Vaught down to Blanchard. Sydney Standrich puts up the shot. It's no good. Miller now down to Williamson. Back to Miller. National Park will set up their offense. Timeout called by National Park. We'll take the timeout with them. 4:33 to play in the first half. 24-19 is your score. National Park leads this championship game late in the first half. Timeout has come to a conclusion. We're going to get this started back. National Park will inbound from in front of the Lady Pioneers bench. Doss will get this in. She throws it into Miller. Miller will have the basketball. Dollar checked back into the game. She's over here on the right side. Doss puts up a three-pointer that's no good. Fulton comes out of there with the rebound. Fulton back down the floor. Clark takes a fall. She had checked back in during the timeout. Blanchard now with the basketball. She gets it around to Kendall. Kendall will dribble and penetrate inside. Standrich with the basketball. Back out to Kendall. 3 on the way. That'll hit the front of the rim and bounce off. McLean has checked back into the ball game as well. She comes down with the rebound to Dollar. Over to Miller. Miller will check out the floor and see what she wants to do. Over to Doss on the left side. Doss to McLean on the right side. Back out to the center of the floor. Miller into the right corner. It'll go to swinging around. Dollar with the three-pointer. Bang! She'll bury that three-pointer from the left corner. Now Blanchard with the basketball. 27-19 is your score. Blanchard up the right side. She'll try to dribble and penetrate into the lane. Puts up a shot or pass to Sydney Standridge. Standridge couldn't control it. Back down the floor is Doss. She'll put up a shot that's no good. Kendall Rooks will come out of there with the rebound. She takes a shot right in front of the official. No call. Coach Bobby Howard is losing his mind. Rooks took a shot and was knocked out of bounds. He wanted to call. He's not going to get it, but on the other end, they will get a call, and that'll send Keely Blanchard to the free throw line to shoot 2 free throws with the double bonus. Foul will be called against number 4, Doss. It'll be her third foul. She checked out of the game, and Williamson checked back in for her. Blanchard puts up the second free throw, and she'll make that. 27-20 is your score. 2:56 to play in the first half. Dollar with the basketball, drives the baseline, kicks it back out to Miller. Miller puts up a shot. It's no good. Norfleet comes down with the rebound. Now the ball's loose on the floor. Norfleet will come up with it, and she throws it away. She throws it away right in front of the Pioneer bench. Now Fulton will throw this in. She gets it into Blanchard. Blanchard will be double teamed in the backcourt. She gets across the timeline down to Sydney Standridge. She puts up a shot that's no good. Fulton comes flying in for the rebound. Blanchard for three. It's no good. Now McLean's going to come down with the rebound, but they're going to call a foul against Maya Fulton. That'll be the fourth team foul against North Ark. One more and they'll be shooting. Norfleet will come to the bench. Hollins comes in for her. Miller will bring this up with McLean on the right side. McLean will go down and cross in the paint. Now she'll take the pass, gets it into Hollins. Hollins will back in, put up the shot too hard off the glass. Rooks comes down with the rebound. Rooks back across the timeline. Rooks will back out now and set up the offense. Rooks will get it to the high post, down to Fulton in the low post. She's going to have the ball poked away, and it'll belong to the Lady Pioneers on the baseline. Fulton will throw this into Standridge. Standridge will get the ball back to Fulton. She'll put up a quick shot. It's no good. She gets her own rebound, and she will be the last one to touch it if the ball was knocked out of her hands. Had she not reached for it, it would have been Pioneer ball. Miller brings this up the floor for the Lady Nighthawks. Hollins to set a screen. Dollar with the basketball. Dollar puts up a three-point shot. It's off the mark. Long rebound chased down by Miller. Miller over to McLean. Three-pointer on the way. She's going to miss everything. And Fulton will come down with the basketball back up the right side of the floor. Fulton gets it across to Blanchard on the baseline. She'll put it up and in on the left side. 27-22, 5-point lead. Williamson with the outlet pass from Miller. Now Miller looks to dribble and penetrate. Gets cut off by Blanchard. McLean in the corner with the basketball. Back out to Miller. Miller will reset the offense. 10 to shoot. Screen on Rooks. It was a give and go, and Hollins missed the shot. We're at 30 seconds to play. Rooks will take a fall and she'll be fouled. We'll see if this foul is on Williamson or if it'll be on Miller. They call it on Williamson. It'll be her first, and Kendall will be at the line to shoot 2 free throws. First free throw is up off the iron, no good. Lady Pioneers could help themselves a lot by making the free throws that they get. And she'll make one of two. 27-23, 35.3 seconds remaining. Now we're at 30 seconds. And Miller will pass the ball over to Dollar on the left side. Dollar will come back to the center. Over to Williamson. Williamson goes down and she'll be fouled by Fulton. Now both teams in the double bonus. It's a third foul called against Maya Fulton here today. Williamson will make the first free throw, push the lead out to 5. Second one will rattle home, and she will push the lead out to 6. 17 seconds to play in the first half. Clark with the basketball. Clark will dribble to the right side. She gets it to Fulton. Blanchard over here on the left. Rooks, 3 on the way. She'll miss that off the iron. McLean will catch that tipped rebound. We'll go to halftime, 29-23. National Park leads in this Region 2, Division 2 NJCAA tournament. We will be back in just a few minutes for the second half to begin. Again, your score is National Park 29, North Ark 23. We're back here and we're going to get this second half started off. It'll be National Park with the basketball first. They will inbound from center court across the way. First half recap is 14-13. North Ark led after the first period. At the half, it was 29-23. That's the score we have now. And National Park inside to Norfleet. Shot is up, no good. Vaught comes down with the rebound, and she'll bring the ball back down the floor with Kendall Rooks. Emily Dean in the left corner. She tries to go over to Blanchard. It'll be tipped away and out of bounds off of Doss is what the official right there says. Coach for National Park didn't like it, and I understand where he's coming. Vaught with a three. She'll miss that. Kayla Garrett comes down with the rebound, and they'll come back down the floor. Garrett all the way in, puts up a layup on the right side. It's good. And with 9:22 remaining in the third period, they'll push the lead out to 31-23. Vaught with the basketball. Dean now to Rooks. Rooks will get it inside to Standrich. She'll spin and put up a shot. She won't make it. McLean, she tried to shoot over McLean. Now Kiera Garrett with the basketball. She put up a shot. It's no good. Rooks will come down with the rebound over Norfleet. Vaught down to Blanchard. Blanchard with Standrich in the middle. Couldn't see her. Now Vaught will hand the ball to Rooks. Rooks will dribble. Can't get inside. Now she'll get the ball back. She'll drive down to the baseline and put up the shot. Rebound will come down to McLean. And they're going to call Rooks for a foul. They're going to say she kicked. She's laying face down. I'm not sure how she kicked up. She got stepped on, but I'm not sure how she kicked up. But anyway, it'll be the second foul called against Kendall Rooks. First team foul in this second half. Norfleet will throw this inbounds. 31-23 is your score. 8:34 to play. Kayla Garrett brings the ball up the floor. Garrett with the basketball. She's going to set up the offense after surveying the floor. She drives all the way down inside the lane, puts up the shot. Rooks hits the floor. McLean will finally get it to go back up and in after the third rebound. Now Blanchard with Kayla Garrett and Doss on her. She gets it over to Vaught. Vaught was going to take a three, but bobbled the ball. Now Vaught with the basketball again. She'll get it back over to Rooks. She's looking inside at Standrich. Can't get the ball into her. Now Keene with the basketball. Back out to Vaught. Vaught's got Blanchard in the right corner. She'll get the ball to her. Blanchard will put up a shot, and she'll be fouled behind the three-point line. She'll go to the line. She's going to shoot 3 free throws. Foul will be called against Kayla Garrett. It'll be her third personal. The first free throw is up and in for Keely Blanchard. She'll cut the lead to 33-24. She's got 2 more here. Second free throw's up and in. She'll have 1 free throw remaining. Dollar gets set to check in for NPC. Dollar will check in, and she will check in for Kayla Garrett. She makes all 3 free throws, cuts the lead to 33-26. Kayla Garrett will take a seat on the bench, and Kiara Garrett will bring up the ball. Garrett in the center of the floor. She'll dribble to the right. She'll pass it over to Doss. Doss will have Keene on her, and she will kick the ball back out. Dollar now on the baseline into Norfleet. The ball is being knocked around, but McLean will put up a mid-range jumper, and she'll push the lead back out to 35-26. Keely Blanchard with the basketball on the right side, guarded by Dollar. She'll set up the offense for North Ark. She directs traffic. Inside to Rooks at just outside the free throw line. Over to Keene. Keene with the basketball. Get back into Rooks. Rooks down to Standrich. Standrich will spin, put up the shot. McLean will stand her ground, and Standrich will miss that shot. Dollar with the basketball. Kiera Garrett will bury a three-pointer on the other end, and that will push the lead out to 38-26, the largest lead of the game for either team. And we've got 6:45 remaining in the third period. 38-26 is your score. We'll be right back after the timeout. North Ark will inbound in the backcourt on the baseline, and it'll be Vaught to throw this in. Kendall Rooks comes to the ball, but Blanchard is open, so she gets the basketball. Dollar on her as she comes up the floor on the right side. Now down on the right side, inside to the paint. She'll kick it out to Rooks. Rooks will try to dribble and penetrate, can't get in. Now Standrich at the high post will get the basketball out to Vaught, over to Blanchard. Blanchard gets the ball into Standrich. Now the ball will be taken away by Garrett. Garrett back down the floor with a pass to Doss. Doss will get that up and in on the left side. Keene with the basketball. 40-26 is your score. 14-point lead for NPC. Around to Rooks. Rooks will dribble back out to the elbow on the left side. Now Blanchard on the right side to Vaught. Vaught will dribble down, and she'll pass the ball, and she gets it right to McLean. Garrett back down the floor with the basketball. She'll set up the offense standing on the Pioneer symbol. 5:34 to play in the third period. 13 on the shot clock. Now Garrett will will dribble down, tries to hit McLean. Ball will come off of McLean's hands, fall to the floor. Rooks picks it up. Rooks down to Vaught on the baseline, out to Blanchard. Blanchard dribbles inside, Euro step. She'll put it up and in on the right side. 40-30, or 40-28 is your score. Back to a 12-point lead. National Park will bring this up. 5 minutes to play in the third period. Doss with the basketball now on the right side. She'll get it to Norfleet. Norfleet kicks it out to Dollar. Around to Garrett. Another three on the way. It's no good. Norfleet comes down with the rebound after it was tipped. Blanchard with the block, and they're going to call a foul on Keely Blanchard. Oh, no, they called that on Kendall Rooks. I thought, they called it on Sydney Standrich. It'll be her first foul of the game, second team foul. I thought Blanchard had a clean block. Norfleet will make the first free throw. She'll have one more right here. Pioneer fans making some noise. Not much noise. Tried to distract the shooter. She makes both of them. It's 42-38, or 28. Keene will bring this across the timeline, passing to Blanchard. Blanchard on the left side. She'll dribble in and pass it to Standrich. Back to Blanchard down the baseline. She puts up the shot. It'll roll around the rim and pop off. McLean with the rebound. Garrett back down the floor. A quick pass to Doss. Doss to the rim, puts up the shot. No good. Blanchard with the rebound. Blanchard will bring it back up the center of the floor. She comes to the right, back to the center. Over to Rooks. Rooks with a three on the way. Bang! She'll bury that three-pointer. 42-31. Now Garrett with the basketball. She'll have McLean coming down the center to the left side. Doss on the right. She gets the ball to Doss. Out to McLean, dead center. Over to Garrett. Garrett will dribble once and pass it. McLean now with the basketball. Garrett cuts inside. Dollar cuts to the top of the three-point line. This ball will be blocked by Blanchard. Vaught comes up with it, and she's back down the floor in a hurry. Gets it over into the corner to Keene. Keene looks to get it into Standrich. She does, outside the Rooks. Down to Keeley Blanchard, wide open underneath the goal. She'll put it up and in on the left side. 42-33 now. Lady Pioneers cutting into the lead with 3:05 to play in the third period. Norfleet with the basketball. She will dribble to the center at the free throw line. She'll turn and put up a shot. It's no good. Rooks with the rebound. Vaught comes out of there in a hurry with the basketball. She'll get to the other end on the right side. She'll get it back to Blanchard, and Blanchard will survey the floor. Back over to Vaught. Vaught gets it down to Standrich, back out to Blanchard. She'll put up a shot. It's no good. McLean with the rebound over to Dollar. Back over to Garrett. Now Dollar will cross behind Garrett and stay to the left. Doss to the right. McLean to the right in the corner. Now Norfleet will come out, and Dollar will go down to the left corner. Inside at the high post to Garrett. Garrett wants to put up a shot. She's not going to make it. Blanchard will come down with the tipped rebound. It was tipped by Standrich. Now Blanchard will bring it back up the floor. Kendall Rooks on the left side. Shot goes up. She's not going to make it, but she's going to be fouled. She'll go to the free throw line. We'll see if this foul is on. They do call it on number 2, Garrett. It will be her third personal. Annabelle Massengale checks back into the game. So does, for the Pioneers, and so does Williamson and Richardson for the Lady Nighthawks. Blanchard at the line to shoot 2 free throws. First one is up and in. Miss Automatic continues to impress. Emily Dean came out for the Lady Pioneers. She'll make both of those and make it a 7-point ball game, 42-35. 1:56 to play in the third period. The ball goes down to Doss. She's going to be called for double dribble. That'll be a turnover back to the Lady Pioneers. Fulton takes the inbound pass, and she'll hand it to Blanchard. Blanchard back up the floor. She'll get it to Rooks. Rooks back over to Blanchard. Now Blanchard will set up the offense. Fulton directing traffic. Vaught runs back across the baseline. Now the ball will be thrown away. And the Lady Pioneers will turn this over. McLean will go in over to throw in the pass. Garrett with the basketball. She picks up her dribble over to Williamson. Williamson wants to go down the lane. She'll put up a shot. She's not going to make that, but she'll be fouled. And I think Annabelle Massengale just picked up her 4th. It will not be her. It'll be they call Olivia Dean. She's injured and out for the season. I'm not sure how she picked up a foul, but it'll be her first foul. They'll probably they call it on Maya Fulton, number 11. Second free throw's no good. 1 of 2 from the line. 1:07 to play in the third period. Blanchard brings the ball up. She'll find Fulton. Now the ball was in the hands of Massengale. It'll be taken away. Standrich is checked out too. Doss with the basketball. She'll dribble and pass it to Garrett. Garrett will lose the basketball, but it'll be tipped out of bounds, and they're saying Blanchard was the last to touch it. Lady Nighthawks will throw this in from the far side of the floor. Now Garrett will get set to throw this in. She gets it into Richardson. Richardson looked to give it back to her. She couldn't get it to her. Now over to Williamson. Williamson looks to get it to Garrett. Now Garrett will take the pass over to Doss. Doss will drive down, put up the shot, but it's going to be late. It's a shot clock violation, so the basket won't count. Rooks will throw this in. She gets it into Vaught. Vaught will get it over, or back to Rooks and to Fulton. Now McLean will steal the basketball on an errant pass. Garrett with the ball. And she's going to hold for the last shot over to Doss. Doss will get it into Garrett. Garrett tries to go down the lane. Garrett's going to be fouled. We'll see who this foul is on. They're going to call Keely Blanchard for the foul. The home fans don't like that. It'll be her third personal foul, fourth team foul, 2.7 seconds remaining in the period. They're going to have to pretty much catch and shoot. They can dribble once and then get the ball up. Garrett with the basketball. She's going to have to shoot it. She gets it up. It hits the inside of the rim. It's no good. At the end of 3 periods of play, it's 43-35. NPC leads this championship game, and we'll be right back after the timeout. Lady Pioneers will open the fourth period with the basketball. National Park fans cheer their team on as they come back out onto the floor. And now we're going to see the ball thrown into Fulton from Vaught. Vaught with the basketball. She'll dribble on the right side of the court. Massengale cut across. Couldn't get the pass. McLean picks it up, and it'll go to Richardson and then Garrett. Standridge comes to check in to this game. Peyton Clark also going to check back in for the Lady Pioneers. Three-pointer on the way from McLean. It's no good. Richardson with the rebound. Massengale just committed the foul, and she will have picked up her fourth foul here in this ball game. Coach couldn't get her out fast enough to prevent that foul. Peyton Clark is going to come into the game for Massengale, and Fulton will come out and Standridge will come in. Ball comes into McLean. She'll miss the shot. It's a jump ball. They'll tie the ball up. It'll belong to the Lady Nighthawks on the possession arrow. 9:23 to play in the game. Ball comes into Garrett. She puts up a shot. It's off the inside of the iron. She gets her own rebound, puts that shot up. Now the ball's loose on the floor. We're going to have a jump ball. Doss, Garrett, and Clark all down there on the floor for the two teams. Possession arrow this time will favor North Ark. Keely Blanchard will bring it back up the floor. She'll have Vaught and Clark both on this right side. Rooks on the left, Standridge in the middle. Now Vaught will go down to the low post on the right side. Clark will take the pass, and she will dribble to the right and get cut off. Now to Blanchard. Blanchard back out to Clark. Clark will try to pass it, and Doss will intercept it. Clark will pick up the foul. It'll be a blocking foul. She was going for the basketball, and, well, they called that on Fulton. She's not even on the floor. She'll pick up her fourth officially, as at least on the scoreboard. Should have been with Clark. Now McLean loses the ball inside. Vaught picks it up. Vaught back on the other end. She dribbles out to the right side. She'll get it back to Blanchard. Now Blanchard will dribble around, get it to Vaught. Vaught will lose the ball. Doss will knock it out of bounds. She knocks it into the Lady Pioneer bench. 8:15 to play, 43-35. Richardson will check out, and Norfleet will check back in for the Lady Nighthawks. Vaught throws this into Blanchard. She gets it inside to Sydney. Back out to Clark, around to Rooks. Three on the way. She'll miss that. Blanchard there for the rebound and the putback on the right side, 43-37. 8 minutes to play in the game. Garrett will bring this up the floor. Lady Pioneers have picked up the defensive intensity, but that's also caused fouls to be committed. McLean will take this pass, blocked by Blanchard, and Clark comes up with it. She gets the ball back to Blanchard. She'll bring it up the center of the floor. She'll go to the left side of the lane, throw up a shot. She's not going to make it. Coach wants a foul. He's yelling at the official, and he's not going to get it. Foul should have been called there probably. Doss will take the ball, drive in, put up a shot. She'll get that over the rim, and Rooks will go up for the rebound, tip it out of bounds. Now Kayla Garrett will check in for Kyra Garrett. Garrett will throw this in. She gets the ball into McLean, back to Garrett. Now Garrett's going to set up the offense. 10 on the shot clock. Ball comes to Dollar around to Norfleet. 3 on the clock. She's going to drive in, put up a shot. She's not going to make it. Rooks will come down with the rebound. She'll have the outlet pass to Vaught. Back over to Blanchard, around to Rooks. 3 on the way. Bang! She'll bury that three-pointer and make it a 3-point game. 43-40. That brings the Norfolk fans alive. McLean, Dollar. Now Dollar puts up a 3. She'll miss that. Vaught comes down with the rebound. Vaught comes back up the right side. Garrett was on her. Now she gets it to Blanchard. Blanchard telling the coach she sees something else. Now the ball will come to Rooks. Rooks inside the paint, kicks it back out to Clark. Clark with the basketball on the right side. Out to Rooks. 3 on the shot clock. Vaught puts up a 3. It's no good. Dollar comes down with the rebound over to Garrett, and Garrett brings it back down the floor. Garrett gets it to McLean. McLean puts up a shot. It's good. 45-40. 5:45 to play in the game. Now Blanchard back down the floor. She'll go around Garrett all the way to the rim, put up the shot. She's not going to make it, but she was fouled. She'll go to the free throw line. That foul will be called against number 22, McLean. It'll pick up, she'll have her first foul of the game. Kyra Garrett checks back in for Norfleet. And Blanchard at the line to shoot 2 free throws. First one's up and good. It's very important to make sure that when you have these free throws, you're scoring, that you do actually put them through the net and score without any time coming off of the clock. 5:34 to play. Blanchard will make both of them, and she makes it look easy. Kayla Garrett with the basketball as she comes up the floor. Championship Saturday has been everything it was supposed to be. both games tight. And the Pioneers pulled away late. Doss with the shot. It's no good. It'll be knocked out of bounds by McLean, but they're going to say that Standrich was the last one to touch it. She's visibly upset about it. Kayla Garrett will throw this in. Kiara Garrett will come open. She'll pass the ball over to Dollar, set a screen. It was supposed to be a give and go. Dollar throws up a shot. It's no good. Garrett with the shot. And Kiara Garrett will go to the free throw line to shoot 2 free throws. Foul will be called against Sydney Standrich. And Garrett will have 2 free throws here. It'll be the second personal foul called against Standrich. And it'll be the third team foul in this fourth period. First free throw is up and in. Now exactly the opposite. You hope they miss these on the other end. But we've got to make them. Or North Ark has to make them. She'll make the second one, make one of 2. Ball comes into Blanchard. 46-42, a 4-point lead with 5 minutes to play in the game. Blanchard back up the floor. Dollar on her. As we've seen so far in this game, that's been a mismatch. Brooks will come out of there with the ball. She was double teamed. Now Standrich with the basketball. She gets fouled from behind and no call. You can see the men's basketball coaches standing up there going, what's the matter? Why can't you get the call right? Doss on the other end will be fouled by Keely Blanchard. That'll be her 4th foul of the ball game. So Blanchard and Massengale will both have 4 fouls. Coach Howard wants to know why they're not calling it even. That's his opinion anyway, and we've got 4:37 remaining, 46-42 when we come back. Doss will be at the line to shoot 2 free throws. The timeout has come to a conclusion. Doss is at the line. Coach Howard got a moment to speak with the official. I'm not sure if it makes any difference. First free throw is off the back of the iron for Doss. It's no good. Best that she can do is push the lead out to 5. Second free throw's up. She does make that. 1 of 2 from the line. 47-42. Blanchard with the basketball. She comes back up the center of the floor, now to the left side, over to Vaught, back to Blanchard. Blanchard will get it to Clark, down into the corner to Rooks. Rooks inside to Standrich. Standrich will get it back out to Vaught. 3 on the way. She'll miss that. And Kiara Garrett and McLean both come down with the rebound. Ball down to Kayla Garrett as she travels, and no call. She'll get that up and in on the left side, 49-42. 4 minutes to play in the ball game. Blanchard brings it up to 4. She'll lose the ball dribbling against Doss. Now Clark with the basketball as Blanchard set a screen. Vaught inside to Standrich. She'll spin and put up a shot. It's blocked out of bounds. I believe that was Kiara Garrett with the block. Maya Fulton and Emily Keene will check back in for Clark and for Vaught. Fulton will throw this in. She gets it into Rooks. Rooks inside the paint, or was headed inside the paint, and she will be taken down. The foul will be called. It'll be the second foul called against National Park. Tyra Garrett will pick up her 4th foul. Now Vaught will get set to check back into this game. She'll check in for Rooks. Rooks came up a little gingerly there, and she'll take a seat and try to stretch it back out. Ball comes into Emily Keene on the left side, back out to Vaught. Now Vaught gets it over to Blanchard. Blanchard in the corner. They're going to say she stepped on the sideline. Coach was standing right there. He didn't see it. He's wondering what the official saw. He was standing right there, and so was Kendall Rooks. They both chirping about not that it wasn't out of bounds. Now Kayla Garrett on the right side of the floor gets it to Kiara Garrett. Ball's tipped. Keene comes up with it. Vaught out of there with the basketball. She'll come all the way to the right side of the floor at the other end. Get the ball into Standrich. Standrich to Keene. Keene will put up the shot. She's not going to make it, but she'll be fouled. And I think this will be on Doss. It will be. It'll be her fourth foul of the ball game. 2:57 to play, and there are 3 team fouls against the Nighthawks. Keene will make the first free throw. 49-43, back to a 6-point ball game. Kendall Rooks gets set to check back into the ball game. Emily Keene will make the second free throw. She'll check in for Kaylee Vaught. Now Kayla Garrett will bring the ball down the floor. She'll set up the offense. Now she wants to take a three. She'll miss that three hard off the glass and bounces off the front of the rim. Back down the floor. Fulton with the basketball gets it to Rooks. They're going to call Kendall for traveling. And you're going to see the men's basketball team really getting on the officials here. Kayla Garrett with the basketball. She'll come back down the floor. 5-point lead for National Park. Blanchard plays defense. Doss gets around her and puts up the shot on the right side. Blanchard with the basketball. She'll come back down the floor. Pioneers trail 51-44. Dollar on Blanchard. She gets inside, puts the shot up. It's no good. McLean with the rebound. Blanchard's going to tie her up. The problem with that is the possession arrow favors National Park. The good thing about that is the next one will go to North Arkansas. Ball goes through Dollar's hands and out of bounds. She thought it was tipped, but it wasn't. Fulton never even touched it. Fulton will throw this in to Blanchard right in front of the National Park bench. She directs traffic coming down the floor, gets the ball to Fulton. Fulton to Keene. Rooks in the corner, inside to Standrich. She'll spin, put up the shot. It's no good, and Kyra Garrett will come down with the rebound. Still, your score is still 51-44, 1:35 to play in the ball game. They've got to come up with a couple of stops and make the baskets on the other end. Got a timeout on the floor. Lady Nighthawks will come back after the timeout. 1:25 to play. 51-44 is your score. National Park leads this championship basketball game for Region 2 Division 2 for the Region 2 Division 2 tournament. Ball will belong to National Park. They'll throw it in from the far side of the floor. Comes into Doss. Doss will be double teamed. Gets it down to Dollar. Dollar will have Rooks on her. Now she'll be double teamed. Kiara Garrett from the free throw line puts up the shot. It's no good. Emily Keene comes down with the tipped rebound. Over to Blanchard, now down to Kendall Rooks. Kendall will have the ball knocked away by Kiara Garrett. It'll go out of bounds, and they will throw this in from right in front of the Lady Pioneer bench. Ball comes into Keene. She puts up the shot. It's no good. Doss with the rebound, and she'll give it to Kayla Garrett. Under a minute to play. 51-44. Now the ball loose on the floor. Kiara Garrett comes up with it, and we're going to have Emily Keene and Daisy Dollar fall to the floor fighting over the basketball. Dollar will go to the free throw line. She'll be shooting 2 free throws here. Foul was called on Keene. Dollar will make the first free throw. She'll have one more. 47.3 seconds remaining in the game, 52-44. She can make this a 9-point game, and she does. Blanchard with the basketball gets it into Keene. I'm not sure why Keene is just standing there. Coach Howard wants her to get up the floor in a hurry. She does. Now she gets it over to Rooks. Rooks will get it down to Fulton. She gets it back to Standridge. Standridge puts up the shot up and in on the right side. Quick timeout, 32.4 seconds remaining. Quick timeout by North Ark, 32.4, 53-46. We'll be right back. Lady Nighthawks took a timeout. They will advance the basketball to this end of the floor. Kayla Garrett will throw the ball in. She throws it away. It'll belong to the Lady Pioneers right here in front of the scorer's table. And Emily Dean will get set to throw this in. She'll get it into Blanchard. Blanchard will quickly come back up the floor. She'll have Kyra Garrett on her. Now Rooks with the basketball. She can't get a shot off because McLean is all over her. She'll go in and put up the shot. Kayla Garrett will go to the floor. Rooks goes to the floor. Foul's going to be called. This one will be called on 22, McLean. It'll be her second personal foul. Emily Dean will be at the line to shoot 2. 19.1 seconds remaining in this game. Keene misses the first one. Looks like Coach Howard is going to call timeout after this next free throw attempt. He does. She'll make the second free throw, one of two, makes the score 53-47, and we will take the timeout and be right back after the timeout. 19.1 seconds remaining in this Region 2, Division 2 championship basketball game. Nighthawks will come back and call timeout immediately, and what they will, I'm not sure why they called the timeout, I guess to advance the basketball, but that'll be their last time out of the ball game, and they will advance it to this end of the floor. But they're out of timeouts, and North Ark still has two remaining. And we've got 19.1 seconds, 53-47 is your score in this Division 2, Region 2, Division 2 championship tournament game. Last time National Park did this, they threw the ball away and threw it out of bounds. Now McLean will be throwing it in. She'll get it into Kyra Garrett. Now they're going to try and foul. Brooks will commit the foul, but I believe that's going to be her fifth. It'll be at least her fourth. Oh, they called it on Keely Blanchard. She's fouled out of the ball game. She's fouled out of the ball game with 12.3 seconds remaining. Massengale will come in with 4 fouls. 53-47. Kayla Garrett at the line to shoot 2 free throws. Garrett steps up. High arcing shot goes through nothing but the bottom of the net. 54-47. That'll pretty much seal the game and will give them the chance to travel to North Missouri. And she will make both of them. 55-47. Brooks back up the floor in a hurry. And a foul will be called against Garrett. Kayla Garrett will pick up the foul. And that'll be her 4th foul. 9.4 seconds remaining. Brooks at the line to shoot 2 free throws. She'll bury the first one. She'll have one more right here. 55-48 is your score now. Second free throw's up and in. Timeout by North Ark. They'll have one remaining timeout. National Park has no timeouts, so they can't call timeout and advance it to their end of the floor. We'll be right back. 55-49 is your score. 9.4 seconds remaining in the game. Timeout has come to a conclusion, 9.4 seconds. National Park will inbound in the backcourt. They will have to go the length of the floor. Ball comes into Kayla Garrett. She'll be fouled. It looks like Maya Fulton will be called for the foul. It will send Garrett to the free throw line. She will shoot 2 free throws. She made both of them last time. Maya Fulton has fouled out of this ball game with 7 seconds remaining. 55-49 is your score. Peyton Clark checks in for her. Garrett will miss the first one as it hits the left side of the rim, pops off on the right. She'll have one more right here. Second free throw is up, and she will make that. And Coach Howard will call timeout, and he will use his last timeout of the ball game with 7 seconds remaining. 56-49 is the score. We'll take the timeout with them and be right back. Okay, the timeout has come to an end. We've got 7 seconds remaining. No timeouts remaining for either team. Keene will throw this in. Keene will get it into Rooks. Kendall with the basketball. She'll put up a three that'll be blocked. Tyra Garrett comes down with it. They run the timeout. Your final score is 56-49. We'll be back here momentarily for the trophy presentation, and you can watch that here in just a minute. Both of these teams came here today, competed very hard, and both of them deserved recognition for being in a championship game that was worthy of watching. National Park will be the champions of the Region 2 Division II championship here at North Arkansas College. They are out on the floor now celebrating, and we want to say congratulations to National Park College for winning this tournament, and they will advance and go to Northern Missouri next for their tournament. And we will say congratulations to both of them, both teams, for a great season. Congratulations, National Park, for winning this tournament, and congratulations to the North Ark Pioneer men for winning the tournament earlier today. We will be back with you very soon, and we will start having baseball for you here on the Pioneer Student Network. My name is Robert Lyons. It's been my pleasure to bring this to you today. Thank you very much for tuning in, and we will see you as soon as we can.